Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindred, peoples, and laws, Marina de Fontaine!
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
Oh, I wasn't even sure if that was gonna work. And with that, welcome back to some Genshin. Yes, we're trying some fancy shit in Spirit of Arena. Hopefully this time the audio and shit works and I don't fuck up the beginning of the stream for a long time again. You even should have functional chat again, because goddamn, I'm stupid. Yes, it works! Little things. There even should be a follow alert, although I wasn't able to test that one yet. We'll have to see, I don't know. For now, anyway. Right! New Genshin update. As you can see, I haven't even launched it yet. Wanted to do that with you. But I am very frightened, considering some of the shit the story trailer was showing. So yeah, today's plan definitely wail for Furina and then try to protect the baby, because I'm very much concerned for her safety. Oh man. Although I don't think we'll be able to push through everything in one sitting, but hey. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, like how well it worked that I said I was gonna play Jinglia's quest on stream. And then I proceeded to not do that as usual for me, but hey! That's a story for a different time, I suppose. Oh, there it is. Chanson of Many Waters. So fancy. It's actually pretty convenient banner for me too, since I don't have a lot of stuff for color yet. And yes, we now first and foremost, of course, have to click through everything that is currently red on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my fucking marbles. If there's a single red dot on my screen, I will not be able to focus on anything but that, so... So, wait, come on, at least let me launch the damn game first before you go in demanding to witness my crippling gacha addiction. Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Right. It's also this thing now. Thinking of it. How big is the new... Huh. That is a lot more area than I thought it was gonna... Why is this here? I thought we only were getting, like, this area here. I did. Huh. I did not know this would also be a part of that. Also, there's a statue of the Seven just right at the border, apparently. It's at least gonna make it easy to unlock the map, I suppose. Ah yes, Genius Invocation. Nah, let's not. We can ignore that one, and we can probably also ignore the cutscene. Oh, Jesus. Yes, yes, yes. Give me all the stuff, please. There we go. Anything red left? No, perfect. Time for some gambling. Although, we do need a pull white. Any suggestions? Any suggestions for pull white for Farina? I am leaning toward. Can we enter the room where we had the tea party with Aldachino? Although, all things considered, she probably wouldn't want to go back there, would she? We could also spend a shit ton of time climbing the ballet again, like I did in my first Fontaine stream. Only to then realize that there apparently is supposedly a way easier way up there. Also, if anybody could, like, do me a quick favor and, like, just unfollow and refollow real quick, just so I can see if my alert works. That would be very, very kind of you. Next to a Melazine. I mean, Melazines are more so Neuvillettes things, aren't they? Hi. Doesn't look like... Either it might not be working because the alert is only for new followers. That might act. Never mind, it works! Glorious! It is there! Die Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Fantastic! Oh yes, I did! We'll now have a dancing Neuvillette as a sub alert. Oh well, follow alert. Subs don't exist yet. That sound haunts your TikTok, as it should. I don't know what it is about it, but something about this man just saying Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is just so good. Can you spam? I mean, probably, but let's not overdo it too much, shall we? Oh, there's nothing there. Let's sit down here. This should be a nice place to start wailing for Farina, shouldn't it? And now we pull Baiju. No, I'm kidding. Who the hell wants filthy men anyway? What's next? Male VTubers? Disgusting! We don't want that in this stream. We're just gonna start wailing here. What the shit, man? I'm gonna lose my mind. What? Like, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just so you all know what's happening here. like, what? Wait. Let me. Can I? Let me just. We'll quickly pull out. Like. Hold on. Yeah. Come on now. It won't let me move it to the side now. Come on. But, like. This is what we're looking at in terms of recent polls. And now apparently, well, now apparently this is happening. I swear to God, if we go through 50-50 as well, I don't even know what I can do. I don't even know what I'm gonna, I can't even give subs or anything like that yet. Show a bell, why not? Oh, thank God! Thank God! It's just the catching. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. That was apparently, like, about 7 pity. And we got a catching constellation for it. Which, like, not Farina yet, but I'm not complaining. Hold on, what constellation is it? Is that anyway? Oh, it's just even more ER. Huh. That's actually really good. Now let's get let's get the next 5-star, shall we? Okay, thank God. If that glow had turned yellow, I don't even know what I would have done. But yeah, bro, buy a lottery ticket. I probably should at this point, shouldn't I? Oh hey Beto, how you doing? You're not quite who I'm looking for. I am hoping to get a Charlotte, because I want to experiment with a Mel team sometime in the future, and Charlotte might actually be really good for that. Well, really good in terms of there isn't really anything that enables Melt currently, well, properly at least, but she would at least be doing a decent job at it. But yeah, the fucking catching jump scare just now. Oh, hey! Oh, not complaining about Frozen either. I don't have her on at C6 yet. I don't have her at C6 yet too. So that's gonna actually be handy if I ever get like any kind of NMO DPS. Also, as you can tell by the number of wishes, we are getting Farina. One way or another. It is not a matter of if, only when. That much I am sure of. Even if, like, I didn't quite expect a catching to show up that early, but I guess where you pull for a sword-wielding waifu, catching is there to remind you that she was, in fact, the first. Even though technically I started the game for Jean, but that's a different story. Which explains why I keep pulling Diluc usually, because I'm apparently haunted by her ex, but that's a different story. What are we at? I think this is 50 now. Oh, come on. I would very much appreciate a Charlotte, though. Though at this rate, I'm not sure if we're gonna see her. We're just gonna keep getting Betos instead, I suppose. Betos and debate clubs. 4 debate clubs in one temple. What the shit? The game is just now... the game has lost all subtlety and is now actively trying to bonk me into submission. There she is! The baby! Oh, look at her! She's so fancy! A fancy little baby. Just look at her. I think it was more 60-ish. We can check in a bit. Oh, don't you just want to pet her on a little head? What were all the names again? I know Gentleholm Usher. What were the others? Splash Art get bigger. Her Splash Art got bigger because Farina is special. I know the octopus is Gentleholm Usher. There's Madame Crabuletta, and there's the seahorse whose name I could never probably pronounce, even if I tried. Well, that's settled. We got a Farina with the longest fucking constellation names in the entire game. Which does beg the question now. We do still need a Charlotte. Or her weapon, true. Although I'm not sure, what does Jadefall do? Yeah, the issue that I'm seeing is that the other catalyst wouldn't really do anything for us, right? I guess it would be good on Kokomi? Con's are way more useful, true, I guess. Although I don't have a good weapon to put on her otherwise, really. That's also, it is a very, very fancy sword. But I also want to have Charlotte. The real question is, do I pull on the Baiju banner maybe for that? Because we could still get Baiju maybe. Although I'm not really that interested in him either as a character or in how he plays. So I might just try to get a Farina. Like, the issue with pulling for 4 stars is that there's no pity here. There's no pity here, so for all I know, we could be now spending another 115 pulls until we finally see our Charlotte, if at all. But do we take the risk? I don't know. Now, if you pull for Charlotte on her banner, well, she doesn't have a banner, and I don't know who Fornia is either. I'm sorry, you know I love you. I don't know. Convince me. Convince me, chat. Give me a good argument why I should keep wailing. You could do like 30 to 40 pulls on Red Queen, then to weapon. Or alternatively, the argument is Baby. Yeah, Baby is very convincing. You do bring up an excellent point. She is in fact Baby. That is very much true. Because I got a catching at 6. Yeah, that's also a reasonable argument to make. Also, Farina would be a character that would be worthy of my first, like, C1 event character, wouldn't she? He does deserve some special treatment. Sacrificial Fragment, sadly, is neither Charlotte nor a Farina constellation. You need to spend more so that other people don't feel as bad. Funnily enough, I had a conversation about that earlier. Like, I already pay for Val. Hey, there she is. Hey, Charlotte. Charlotte approves. I like the fact that she literally has like a like, comment, and subscribe here, basically. Lovely. We got a Charlotte. So I got everything I wanted. I got super lucky. I got a Charlotte, and I got the Baby. Perfection. Charles' attack animation is cool. True. We can look at that in a moment if we want. Oh, it's actually really good to finally get to play her because she's been in the game for a while now. When did she first show up? I think 3.7, 8. I'm not sure. Ah, oh, my finger slipped. Oh. Okay, no. Oh, hey, we got a collar. That's like not complaining about that one either, because collar is baby too. I kinda wanna do it. When was the big TCG event? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. Time to spend 9k stamina to make Farina strong. I don't think I'm going to do that. I want to get into the main story, to be honest. My finger slipped! The tower! Is it dumb to get carried away with this when Navia is probably in the next patch? Probably! However, have you considered gambling addiction? Have you considered the crippling amount of gambling addiction I'm currently in? Alright, let's be real here, let's do one more, and after that, we leave it at that. How about that? Don't let him hear that. I mean, his wife understands me. She is just as addicted at this point as I am. Okay, but yeah, let's... Oh hey, Yunjin! Didn't actually have her yet. Yeah, let's not be unreasonable, shall we? Time to activate some constellations now, first and foremost. We got 1,000. Right, I completely forgot that I never actually C6 Yunjin. Oh. Oh hey, Kole is C6 now. But still not built for shit. We got Charlotte and we got Farina. Look at the little baby. Oh! Aww! He's so cute! Hold on. I don't make the rules, we gotta put her in the team somewhere, right? I know she's level 1, but the
Just my magnificence.
Yes, you're very magnificent, Farina. God, she is so extra! Let's look at her. I can't wait to watch her like kill people just by posing dramatically. Oh, look at them go. Oh, they actually have collision. That's interesting. Wasn't sure if they would have. Look at this bully Gentle Usher now. And they last long, goddamn. They last longer than the cooldown. Which means we can just... Water no longer is an obstacle for us. We can now take a walk to Fontaine. Not Fontaine, Inazuma whenever we may so please. Ah. Feels good, man. Oh no, my finger slipped again. Gambling greater food, come on now. You're gonna send that to him, aren't you? Alright, alright. Enough poor impulse control. Now the question is... Do I actually explore the new area a little bit first? I put it in the Discord, I don't know if he looks into the clips channel. I'm not sure either, but hey. Personally, I now hope he doesn't, otherwise I'm going to be very dead in a moment. He knows where I live. If you just hear step suddenly and then just a as I'm like yanked away from the mic, you know what happened to me. Why does this quest start here of all places though? You can get an earful. I mean, come on now. It's not that bad, is it? I'm a good boy. Let's not start talking about other people in our friend group. Isn't that right? You know who you are if you ever watch this, and I'm calling you the fuck out. Most of the inscription has been scratched out, but you can make out clear dew sings on the foggy forest path. Oh wait, this is world quest, not story quest. I'm stupid. Anyway. Whoa, so many words have been scratched out. These look like introductions to attractions, don't they? Bah, some tourists are just so inconsiderate. Tourists usually only write stuff, don't they? That's true. Like writing, Michael and Paimon were here and stuff. No wait, we're good people. We wouldn't do that. I am unsure if I would consider myself a good person in this game. There are many people I wish to skin. And it's strange, isn't it? Why would they scratch out the words and just leave that bit in? There's so many scratches on the sentence to- I should stop with that. Anyway. Paimon bets he didn't manage to scratch it out completely. Lucky foggy forest path. You slipped through the cracks. So what is this foggy forest path? Do they mean the forest paths are super foggy? Wow, Paimon. Paimon feels like checking it out, you know? It sounds like that sort of thing that might lead to secret treasure, doesn't it? That's how it's in the books anyway. Hee hee. Which soul did you get that book from again? Or which library? Why is this a different dialogue option? Library, I guess. Hey, Paimon doesn't just eat all day. Paimon has a strong feeling that there's treasure hidden in this foggy forest path, and that's why it was covered up. Never mind that, Michael. It's treasure hunting time with your best friend Paimon and her super treasure detecting senses. Only it isn't, because you're about to abandon me for Verena, aren't you? Yes, Paimon. Yes, I am. Wait until the next day. Ah, that's a shame. Whatever we're gonna do until then, I suppose. Maybe we have no other choice but to open the banner screen again. I should stop myself. Otherwise I'm not going to get Navia and I'm going to regret that one a lot. Because while Navia might not be baby, Navia is wife. And sometimes you need a wife more than a baby. Ideally you need a wife to make a baby, but that's also a story for a different time, and that is a fucking massive jellyfish. Sad streamer doesn't read chat? I do read chat! What are you talking about? I already said I was gonna get an earful. What are you talking about? I do notice you, don't worry. What the fuck? Did Twitch eat my message? Go to the world quest, there's a lot of Navia there. Nett hier, aber sie waren schon mal in Monster on that. No, that message was apparently eaten by Twitch. Hold on. That is very close to a very unfortunate name. Oh, there's a whole new harbor? Oh! That probably means they're finally going to fill in this area sometime soon, aren't they? Because we do know the location in Liyue that's connected to Fontaine, don't we? That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. Also, I need to climb a tree. Apparently, I cannot climb this tree. The Hydro Archon has been defeated by a tree. What a tragic turn of events. How the hell am I... Oh, right. There's a giant squid here, of course. Whee! Tree is greater than God. I mean, Nahida is very powerful. So there's that. Is the new boss in this area or? Apparently it isn't. It isn't. Hold on. Oh. They did a whole new area for the guy. That's interesting. I am tempted to check out the new boss for a moment. Just so we can actually level Farina just a tiny bit. Just so she doesn't run around on level 1 and gets one shot instantly. Because I do think Neuvillette is likely to carry us through any encounters we might have. Right, never mind, we can't in the first place because of this. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. And let's just focus on the deluge of wrathful waters. But for some reason, Farina keeps popping up about being leveled. You go, girl. You go, girl. Streaming for half an hour already, and I haven't even started the story quest I wanted to do yet. Most focused Michael stream be like. Wait, return to the dormitories? It starts in Meropide? Why the fuck does this quest start in Meropide? Sure then, I guess. I just hope I don't stumble into any other quests on accident. I have like 4 or 5 separate world quests currently going on in this area. So the likelihood of me just running into an NPC that's now... We need to talk right now and this cannot wait. This instant. Give me all your attention and time and you cannot run away from me like I'm a Pokemon trainer who looked into the eyes on accident. The likelihood of something like that happening is actually rather high. There we go. Now we have some friends to bring along the way. Along the way, he says, as he goes to jail. Ruina has been imprisoned for gang violence. Anyway, some time has passed since the incident.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Paimon, this is prison.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Yes, death and despair.
Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meropide! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Wait. Does this mean that the Traveler and Paimon have spent the entirety of, like, the last patch in jail? And Neuvillette wisely just didn't bother to let them go? Sentence was 45 days, huh? And more Genshin drops? What? Are drops enabled again? Oh hey, I didn't even notice. Neat. Hold on, we can add that to the stream tags. $40 premiums if you watch for 2 hours. Well, isn't that convenient for me then now? You must spend all this time with me. You have no choice. There's no escape from the Michael. Ah. I do also like the fact that the streamer also gets the drops. I'm basically being rewarded for playing the game and just streaming it instead of playing it normally, I guess. Right then. Talk to the receptionist. Sure. Although this does feel like an odd place to start the quest. Also, where did you pull that number from, by the way, from... Because I don't think anything like that was ever mentioned during the world quest. I think they just said that they stayed for almost a month now. I think they mentioned at one point. Anyway, hello, I want out, please.
This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Well, that's not concerning in the slightest, and I was about to make a joke that we want uppies.
What's happening?
Death.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Well, nothing good, all things considered.
Let's ask the Duke.
Right, let's go ask the Duke. A new life's beginning. Hold on. Oh, whoa, what's this? Card issued by the Fortress of Meripede. It's just a piece of paper, but it has been given a name most heartening. Aww. That's sweet. I recall at the start of 4.1 when they get sent to the sentence was for eating Farina's cake and was for like 40 or 45. I do remember that it was for eating Farina's cake, but I don't think they specified a time. Because we all know that the timeline in this game is already all over the place and they never try to give like any concrete time frame for anything. Anything that happens during the game at least. Like, we don't even know if the actual time the traveler has been in game has actually been like 3 years or just like a couple of months. Look, I came for gacha and I stay for the view count. Oh shit, I got a gacha again to keep me here. Not my only mod.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
And that's supposed to be reassuring how?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
How reassuring.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
That certainly specifies everything. Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Wait, did he just want to keep us here? Wisely about to pull a yandere on us and never let us go.
Yep. It's you two.
Oh god, it's the scary one.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out, and we also helped a lot of people
Paimon
out.
feels fond of this place now.
No place like jail.
And be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Aww.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
Sejuin may be scary, but she's still baby.
Going to see us off?
Scary baby.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Did Seedween just tell us that we get no bitches? Well, it's a little mean, isn't it? It's alright, it's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Starting to get a little worried. We're talking a lot about, don't worry, we'll be back very, very soon.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
It's starting to get very, like,
It seems our work in the Fortress of Mirrormead is
waving death
That's
flags.
the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervilette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Will do.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
Don't be it, Sunder, now wisely.
Hmm.
We all know you
The
get
polite thing to do.
fucked in the ass by this man. Anyway.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Oh, don't worry. Wisely can handle a lot of things. Fuck! Well, that is unfortunate. Wait, the quest location? Involved in what quest? Please tell me which quest it is. A certain notice? Oh, come on. That's that little poopy doopy. God damn it, game! I thought you fixed this issue. Oh, fuck's sake. Well, guess we got no choice. I'm probably just gonna mash through the dialogue, not gonna lie. Unless, I don't know. Is there anybody present who objects to me mashing through the quest a certain known notice where we talk to Letineo in the Palais Harmonia? No? Wonderful. Mashing time it is. Yes, hello, shut up, 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 shut up. Guess now's the time for some chit-chat then, huh? If only anything interesting ever happened in my life. No, I'm kidding. Ah, this one. Should I stop and start reading? Or was it more like an... It's long as fuck. Oh, god damn it. I just hope it doesn't take too long until the Palais is freed up then. He positively fled. Ah, god damn it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you prepare for your streams. Oh, come on. No, but actually one neat thing happened recently. So I am currently like looking around to get for I'm not sure if I should. Yeah, actually nobody at work watches my stream. I am currently looking for like a new place to work. And like in Germany we have a system called Ausbildung, where essentially you go to school one half and the other half is you know, doing a regular job. But it also does mean that if you like need a new job in the field, you can of course ask classmates for help. So what I had to do the other day was actually just throw a message into my class's group chat asking if they happen to, you know, have free places at their company, if they needed anybody else in case they wanted to switch. And the sweetest fucking thing happened actually, because like My phone started vibrating like minutes after I sent that message with like a whole bunch of people actually just being concerned if everything was alright on my end. Which was very, very sweet. I was like, no guys, chill, it's fine. It's from my end. I didn't get fired or nothing. I'm not like... It was just the sweetest fucking thing how like a ton of people actually were genuinely concerned. And after that, more than eager to help. I'm honestly shocked. Yeah, people who care. Yeah, I know. I did not expect that. I did not expect it in the slightest, but it was extremely cute. I'm very grateful for all their help, not gonna lie. Because I did not really I did not really expect help, but I asked just in case, and honestly, the amount of help I received is almost overwhelming. It feels nice. I'm very happy. Please tell me the quest is not... Come on. People who care, and I apparently do not care about stream quality. God damn it. After I spent all that time, like, setting up the new chat thingy, the new follower alert and stuff like that, and even the trailer at the beginning just to make the stream extra fancy for Farina. And now the scuff haunts me after all. I'll never escape the scuff. Other streamers embrace the scuff. I was born in it, molded by it, based my entire streaming career about it. Streaming career, he says. I don't think I ever saw somebody streaming who put in as much semi-effort as I am. Oh man. Although I have to say, one thing that's kind of funny about being a very small indie VTuber is honestly just hanging out on Twitter and meeting a lot of the other very, very small VTubers there. Because the sheer amount of actually very kind, talented people doing their best on Twitch but not really getting any numbers tragically is, well, tragically high, really. So I'm currently basically just constantly hoping that a couple of the people that I found on Twitter throughout the past couple of months of streaming when I end mine, so I can like wait them, introduce my chat to introduce my chat to their, help them grow a little bit. Small streamers gotta stick together, right? Oh hell yeah, we can finally continue. Enough actual emotion. It is time for...
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Time for Paimon.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
That was the most fucking dramatic halt I have ever heard coming from such a small creature. I don't know why that just got me so off guard. But that was freaking adorable. What the fuck?
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Thank you. Aww. Malazines.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
God, I love Malazines. I still want like a life-size plushie. They may be small, but they take their work very seriously. Yeah, they do. Which makes them all the more charming, really, doesn't it? Usually, usually ACAB and all that, but I think we're allowed to make an exception for the Malazines.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
I don't know. A-Cap B-Mac. All cops are bad, but Melusines are cute. I didn't just have to type that one out to get all the first letters. What are you talking about?
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's alright, we just ate.
Not to mention you're just gonna serve us straight up water again, aren't you?
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
So basically we're currently just doing some Neuvillette watching.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Paimon, that's literally just what he said.
Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
No, Neuvillette, we didn't. We broke out, and wisely is that. Oh.
And we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea accident, as well as your dream
Massive
regarding
whale.
Child.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Neuvillette, when he sees people on his banner, be like...
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
I mean, true that. He isn't from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve, but you know... didn't we also, like, drink a little bit of primordial seawater and got pretty sick from it? I don't know what.
Most
Didn't it
people
also have
wouldn't be
effect on
capable of
others?
entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes. What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Oh, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Well, what was
The
it?
source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Oh god.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Yeah, no
If the
shit.
change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Oh god, Poisson isn't gonna flood, is it?
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
Oh god!
Check on her.
Yeah, true, Spina de Ursula's headquarters there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Ah, don't worry. You got us as your errand boy, don't you?
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no
Oh.
time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Very well, to Poisson we go. Oh, although, considering the trailer, I am now even more worried about Poisson and what may be happening there. Or should I say, or should we say, Poisson? Sorry.
Oh no. What happened here?
All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Hope the disaster plans went a little late.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof over there!
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
We're just gonna stand there.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh no.
My
Oh,
Desiree.
fuck.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Does he know, Paimon?
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
So much for the water levels didn't really rise that much, Neuvillette. Looks like the situation changed slightly. Oh, thank God, I can already see Navia. Navia's safe. Navia! And how about the other two guys?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
The two badass Spina de Wasula members. What were they called again? I think one was Silver and the other...
Hey, Navia! Are you okay?
Heyo. Oh God, please don't tell me
You're
something
here.
happened to the others.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Hey, good, I was gonna say Malus. White, I think that's the name.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge.
This turned dark quickly.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Whether you were okay or not.
The situation in Poisson.
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed
Why was
a
that
little
voice line
odd,
so quiet?
almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
You can put us to work. We're here to help, Navia. This took a dark turn from vibing with Neuvillette and Wisely.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Hey, no. You'd have to be pretty awful people to not help in this situation. Oh no. Oh no.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh, don't you dare, game.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh no.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is very bad timing, game. Come on. Fuck's sake. Please let me say goodbye to some NPCs I loved. Can't I cancel that one temporarily? No, apparently I cannot. Well, time for a dramatic mood shift. As we go for some Phantom Thief shenanigans for a moment, because I still haven't finished Lenny's quest either. I work 9 to 5, cut me some slack. I don't have time to finish every world quest anymore currently. Oh, hi Lynette. Let's pretend everything is okay for a moment, shall we?
You took your time.
Don't call me out now! Come on, I'm already feeling terrible.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
I mean, technically we're here to grieve.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope.
Gemma? What?
And she still hasn't shown up.
What's the Hololive manager doing
How
here?
bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Do we have to? Can't you, like, leave real quick? Oh, come on, game.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need
Right.
her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does.
I don't even remember all the details
Poor
from
thing.
this quest.
It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly.
Well, this is awfully topical currently, isn't
If
it?
I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I
man.
just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Although, all things considered, this is a pretty small graveyard for all of Fontaine. Well, this is a cemetery, yeah. But again, it is a very small one, considering, like, apparently all of Fontaine is buried.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel...
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to
Time for
believe
some
that he was a
hate-wation.
balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait,
That was some
did
good
I-
voice acting for a moment.
I don't seem to recall.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Isn't that right, Lenny? Isn't there anybody else here who should be sorry to interrupt?
Hello
Anyway.
there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were
Are
discussing
you?
the Phantom Weasel.
Are you really?
We're actually quite
bastard.
interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
He's so desperate for my attention as a mage.
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I mean, if you'd be able to figure out his tricks, you'd be a pretty shitty magician, right?
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Oh, that is cute.
He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later.
That is less cute.
As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong?
Paimon, did you have to say that while we're currently looking at Person?
Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Well, a lot of people from Person currently are.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
You have a
Don't be
unique
afraid.
model.
I mean no harm.
You must be important.
It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern. But you didn't answer my question. Who are you? And what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
There's also Fremine, who we keep leaving at home for some reason. Because he is the adopted one. Okay, no, that was mean.
And this here's the Traveler. We're
But like genuinely, like it does feel a little bit mean like between Linny and Lynette that it's constantly the two of them, and then there's also Femine kind of tagged on to the family. Like, yeah, sure, he's an introvert, but still, like, even in their like little interactions between the three of them. Sure, there was the scene in Maripede where they showed that they do care, but like, don't you think he would be involved in this if it means so much to his siblings? I don't know. Femine just feels a little like, if I had to guess, Femine feels kind of like they had the idea for his character way after the Linny and Lynette teaser. Like, Linny and Lynette were planned from the beginning, but Femine entered the picture, I don't know, after the launch of the game.
The Weasel posted
If I
a
had to
warning
guess.
letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Yeah. Please leave, everybody. I also need to grieve. Come on, game.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Yeah, but why the fuck would she trust, like, a cat girl, a floating thing, a man with a weird ass top hat, and a man who for some reason keeps walking with his belly button out?
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around
Yeah, that's
us.
what I'm saying.
In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Yeah, sure. Definitely. 100% going to do that, Lenny. Anyway. Time for me to be very sad. Or not. I'm not allowed to. What is it this time? Oh, still the Lenny quest. Come on, game. Game, why you gotta do me like this? Also, it's that next morning, right? So we gotta... Loop. Ah, this is why I wanted to finish a bunch of the world and story quests I was missing yesterday. But I forgot how early they actually shut off the game for patching. There we go. Now we're allowed to be sad again.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well,
Oh, man.
given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Oh, she is not okay. Oh no.
Navia, what's wrong?
Why do you even have to ask, Paimon? What the fuck? Show some...
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize either.
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Oh, Paimon, I love you, but sometimes you really don't add a whole lot to the situation at hand.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Sorry, I'm actually gonna need a moment here. Oh, come on, game.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Oh. You know, sometimes I'm really happy my model isn't all that expressive because, oh. Or that I don't have a face cam really. Oh, fuck my life. Wait, let's start it, come on.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions.
Can you stop rubbing it in game?
Personally,
thank you.
I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
I mean, Navia's really, that's sadly incorrect. You're probably the character we witnessed cry the most in this entire game. Besides maybe Paimon.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah. We're gonna stay here a while.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
Please do not tell me that all of these are actual NPCs in the game that are gonna be gone now. That is gonna break my fucking heart if that is the case. Hold on. Oh.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon.
Look at you, Paimon, actually being good with words for once.
Pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last...
Oh, fuck off. Not you now. You're the last thing I need right now. You can fuck right off. Come on.
The knave? What are you...
Is everything going well on your side?
Never mind, she's helping. I'm now welcoming.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
This still won't make us friends, Arlecchino. This still won't make us friends. Oh, man. Let me dry my eyes for a bit. Also, I'm very happy that nobody followed during this whole segment, because if somebody had suddenly hit me with the with the Oatrice during this whole segment, I would have lost it.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Oh, the Traveler's not having any of
Thanks
this.
to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Yeah, I get it. We're still not going to be friends.
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
You may call us temporary allies, I guess, but I'm not forgiving the way you treated Furina.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Stop making me like her game!
Don't say that.
Come
You
on.
and your subordinates did everything you could.
Supposed to be mean to Fatui. At least let me be consistent. I'm mean to Child. I should also be mean to
As
Alecino.
Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
She's Mama Bear. Yeah, true.
I've
That is
never
very
liked
much the
hearing
vibe she
people
gives.
put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
That's kind of the whole Fatui stick, isn't it?
That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
Sorry.
Traveler,
Take another sip
I'm
there.
sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
The time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So you're tasking me to take care of the ruins.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
That doesn't make him my friend either. Stop trying to make me like Fatui.
This task.
Okay. Do you trust an
The House
outsider?
of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
Ah!
That makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Yeah, that's a
There's no
good point.
in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Yeah, fair enough. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. And I don't want to have her in the company of
Since you put
Alecino
it that
instead.
way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Sure.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Oh. I do wonder if, like, if there's actually ruins here now. Nope, there's the one quest currently. Huh. They are on the map. I wonder if they were here before, if they were only added in with this patch. Because sometimes Genshin does like to, like, put in an area that you can't really do anything yet. Until something of note then happens there, like with the, you know, like how here in the Opera Eclipse that there was this whole area that nobody knew what was gonna happen there, but then it turned out that it was the entrance to the Fortress of Meropide, right? Genshin tends to like to do that one a lot. Can we? No, it's gonna lead us in a different direction. Right, but we can just... There we go. I forgot we got that feature. I like the little bubbles and splashes she leaves behind her. She just walks on over water like a Giga Chat.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
I mean, doesn't seem more ancient than, like, most of the other ruins. Palace of Secrets. Fatui intelligence indicates that this place may play host to heretofore unknown clues. I have never seen that word before. Right, maybe we shouldn't bring Farina along for that one. Huh. Now that I think about it, since we just fell into some water, if Farina activates her skill, does she just take fall damage if she jumps onto water? 'Cause that would be kind of funny if she just hits the water surface and then sinks in. Experiments for later. Alright, Hilly Trails, sure. Time for some gameplay. And we beep. Okay, he's already dead. Just Neuvillette things, I guess. Oh, Jesus Christ! Well, Neuvillette is dead! That actually startled me. Fuck, man. That actually caught me off guard. Jesus Christ, game. Why you have to jump scare me like that? Don't XD at my misery, you bastard!
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Yes, which is why you please go away a little bit. Hey, for Arkan's team, get Farina on it. I mean, if I put Farina on it, we're going to die.
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
This situation is a lot more dangerous for you than it is for us.
You're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Don't you dare, game. I don't like the fact that they're explicitly saying that there is no way back and there was a lot of talk of rising waters. If the game does what I think it might do, I am going to be extraordinarily upset. Because now with Star Rail we sadly know that it isn't beyond them.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Game, don't you fucking dare.
Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
I don't like this.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Well, we got 30 more minutes on chop to the epic bit, say no. I'm not gonna let you rush me. We're taking this at my pace. We collect radishes and cabbages if I say we're going to collect radishes and cabbages. My cabbages! Anyway. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Not to mention that the architecture is very different from what the stuff that we saw before. This might be like, what's it called? Rumeria, I think? The pre-Fontaine civilization.
Wait.
Oh.
With this bridge.
I don't like the fact that there's a cutscene now. Oh, thank God. Wait. No, wait.
Demoiselle.
No, wait.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Don't you dare, game.
Maybe
Don't you fucking dare.
Yourself, Malus.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Please just be a flashback.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
So many things wrong.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Oh, this is before the trial for her dad, maybe?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
What? I'm confused and scared. And I don't like this combination of feelings very much.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville.
Everyone has been dissolved.
Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
I'm sorry I'm so quiet. I'm just kind of trying to process the situation myself.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul.
No.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
I think I now know where the scene is going.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Never mind, I was hoping this was like a nightmare scene where she would get accused of everyone who she couldn't save.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
They're not gonna form an ocean in it, are they?
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
A bit early on the trigger there. Don't confirm my theories if I just mumble them out loud. Please. I want to keep the mystery until the reveal. I'm just blurting out my own thoughts most of the time.
If that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Maloose to the rescue!
What was that, Mr. Maloose? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
Actually, Navia's a bad person. Here's why. Are they gonna cancel Navia to save her?
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals? To become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Jesus Christ. It's starting to get really fucking creepy.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Man. I knew you could always count on these two.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malouse and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Yes, they
How
must,
could the two of you
absolutely.
possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
Fuck
After
you,
all
I
that
got more,
happened,
I got
she
more.
should not be left alone
Oh,
with
there it
Sol.
is.
What are you saying?
I got more intertwined fates than you. Navia's mine, back off.
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? Huh? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh, thank God. Hey, Nuvilet.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Oh, this means Nuvilet is actually came into the rescue too, right?
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
Oh.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Even like this, Navia can always count on those two. Oh, God damn it.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Nuvilet, I fucking love you. Oh. Is it just me, or is Traveler like doing nothing during the Fontaine Archon quest? Like, every time the world needs rescuing, fucking Nuvilet arrives. And thank God he does.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a...
What do you mean, good Tucker
The ruins
already?
you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Fucking stop, game. I can't do this anymore.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
We already figured that part
Perhaps
out a
those
long time
2
ago.
Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Oh, come on.
To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
The game is just not giving me any break currently, is it? It's just gut punch after gut punch after gut punch
Please
after
come
gut
with me.
punch.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a a sudden.
No happy for you, just suffering. Yeah, fucking feels like it, doesn't it? Oh, man.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
True.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
That's true.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Oh right, we completely forgot that. Sigewin sent a regard.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No, but she has turned into a little bit of a psychopath. Which is a concerning development, to say the least.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
And absolutely terrifying.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
I am overwhelmed by all that happened lately. Who's asking how I am?
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
Come on.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert at talking for no reason here, Paimon. You take the wheel.
Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Thank you, Paimon. I needed something stupid to happen.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
The game currently really has two goals that it's dead set on trying to get out of me. Number one is me starting to bawl my eyes out on stream, and we've gotten close to that plenty of times now. And the second is to make me start liking the knave, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about that.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
She almost murdered Farina. I don't want to like her, but now she saved Navia. I'm feeling very conflicted. I hope Navia can get back on it. I hope Navia can step away from the edge. Love is destructive.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's keep going then!
I mean, technically speaking, Paimon Neuvillette has already been a member of the party.
Solidify! I will have order!
Let's just throw a rock at this guy. There we go. I'm not quite sure where the meteor came from, but we shall just, you know, ignore that fact for now.
Oh no!
Oh, not again. Oh god! Why did the music turn this fucking ominous all of a sudden? Water isn't rising, is it? No, it's not.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Beep! Okay. If you have low stamina when doing this quest for some reason because you never collected oculi, this is gonna be problematic, I feel. Oh hey, chest. We're always gonna have time for primo gems.
There is no escape. Everyone hold hands.
Aren't you gonna stand up, big guy? There you go. Beam. And Mega Blast! Okay. Oh boy, an ominous button. Why does this feel so much like the sun in Enkanomiya? Or is that just me? Like with the whole ominous light D20, I guess? Yeah, this has to be like the nation that was here before Fontaine came into being. Thanks for the 30 primos now, adios. Well, that's a little hurtful. But sure, good night. Westwell. Hope I see you again soon. And hey, you can always check the bot later if you still want to watch the rest at some point. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Here we go.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There's something on the wall, is there? Oh yes, there is.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
I don't like this.
Take them down and have a look?
I don't like this. This is the area that's causing me the most mental issues currently. I hate everything about this.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
That, dear Paimon, is prophecy English.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kinda island in the sky?
Some kinda island in the sky, you say? That's raining down all sorts of different elements. Well, that seems... awfully familiar.
Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Only the Hydro Archon shall remain.
Be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Which does beg the question, what is displayed in the first one as well, though? What the fuck are you doing?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
I'm not sure how the hell you would uncover information from rocks by throwing water at it in the first place, but sure, you do
Blame
you.
yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Oh god, it's it's future 3. It describes actions in the future that have been finished so long that they're happening in the present.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Yeah, the third and fourth images are weird.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Unless she isn't falling in, she might be emerging.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Garia.
Algeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Oh! Huh? But didn't, like, several trailers imply that Neuvillette got tasked to be the Udex by her?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Maybe not Remoria, then after all?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Also very true. Okay, we can't interact with them further. And this is thoroughly destroyed. No chance in hell of finding anything out there.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Take care, Navia.
Still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Yeah, and Paimon didn't almost die.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Sure then.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
We're just gonna grab her and shake her about a bit until she spills the beans.
We'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
True, she still doesn't exactly like us.
Tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition. All right, I'll be on my way then.
Bye. Navia and Neuvillette both depart. You and Paimon head to the Spina de Usula base at Fleuve Cendre. Apparently we do that, yeah.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too!
Lenny, now's not the time. Ooh, yum.
Nice. These are all Paimons. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
The fuck are you doing here?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
That should be my line. What the fuck are you doing here, Mona? Wait, of course, she writes for the Steambird.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Hey, yo. How you doing? Lady Justice, that the stars will tell you that we might meet. Instantly with the sass.
Nobody just uses a scryglass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
You can afford a hotel? That's like the most... That's the most concerning part here. How did your broke ass move all across the continent?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
That sounds a lot like she just straight up adopted you, Mona. Did you ever stop to consider that?
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is? That is a good question. We never actually got her name.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Sure, after like 3 years, we just suddenly get Mona lore. Why the fuck not? Because the game hasn't thrown enough shit my way already. Also, Trismegistus, seriously? Just 3 weights?
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice is great. And where's the 4 times as great one then?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Okay, that's kind of funny. If I ever have a son, I shall call him Michael the Lesser, and I shall rise to be Michael the Greater.
Talk about obsessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler, triple appetite Paimon?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
We still haven't seen Dornman Port either. That's the Mondstadt area we're supposed to get, right?
That's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Oh, don't worry. We're way too busy saving others from falling into those.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Oh. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
She's probably about to say like, oh, strange, can't divine anything.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Damn.
But on the flip side,
Never mind.
the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
Wait, they're like
Its contents involve the
wanks
fate of the
then?
world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
That's actually also very interesting.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
So, can we, like, talk to her?
Are you sure? All right.
Wait, we can?
It isn't often that I see
Hold
such
on,
a
what?
serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Sure.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Mona fans are eating good, I guess. I don't know why we're suddenly getting this much Hexenzirkel lore, but I'm not complaining.
Can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
She's so happy about being praised.
Sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Thank you, Mona. Bye.
And there she goes.
Off she goes.
Like rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Wait, it was a Mona running animation. How the shit? Okay, no. Anyway, well, we were making quite a ruckus.
But we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
And I'm going to take a good night's shit to recover my energy. I will be back in a moment. Hold on. Actually, hold on. I can leave you with the Furina trailer at least.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindred, peoples, and laws, Furina de Fontaine!
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindred, peoples, and laws, Farina de Fontaine!
And I'm back for my idol meeting. Sorry about that. Anyway, where were we? Right.
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Right, time to corner Farina. This is definitely going to go well. Yes, definitely not going to be screaming, shouting, accusations, or death sentences coming from this. Nothing like that at all. Hello.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Dispute? They're fighting?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Aww.
You mean they're all...
Holy shit, the way her eyes are shaking.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
A little bit, yes.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
That
you
was not a happy laugh.
Since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
You don't believe that yourself, do you,
That's
Farina?
all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Hold on.
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Ah, fuck. I'm almost tempted to clip that because the way it slowed down while she was running past us. We were supposed to notice something, and I suspect she was crying. Although I can't be sure now, I'll have to check the VOD myself later for that one, I suppose.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She did.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Yeah, I'm afraid questions alone might not be enough for her.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
We could take her to court.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Right, because the Hydro Gem already always specifies that even she can be judged by the court.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Well, time, when I said we were going to fight God somewhere in this game, I did not expect it to be in a court of law. But hey, guess we're playing. This is just Ace Attorney if it was a JRPG. The final boss is God.
To do such a thing.
A few days later, on a boat somewhere quiet in Poisson. What? Tomate. What's happening now?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Was it?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Oh, we're gonna get Alcino on board, aren't we?
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Hey, Fremine, get some attention.
Me? No.
Let's go.
I don't think I can.
We're acknowledging his existence.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
Oh, Luchino isn't here
The
yet.
spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Oh, Clorinda also already considers us her friend.
As for what that is,
Yay!
well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Oh.
Do go on.
That Neuvillette just chuckle. Oh, they're so cute.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Ah, yes. Sick. Not on a secret Fatui mission or anything.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh, hey, like in the artifact
Though
set.
that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Or sometimes the trap just rots in your inventory for years and you keep it for some reason and it's never used or mentioned again by the entire game, even though it's been in there since 1.0.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
I like the fact that you can tell that they're also reconciled a lot off-screen.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Or you just, fire enormous beams of water at the problem until it's gone.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Kinda? We're hunting an Archon.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
True that.
Oh.
So he wants to fight
that's
God
what's
with us.
going on. Sounds very interesting.
Of course, Lenny is immediately on board. Fluent's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at the present. Nor is the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. I like the fact that that this basically implies that this could still very much be the case further down the line. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Ominous. Very, very ominous. And hey, looks like Poisson is somewhat back to normal at least. Hold on, let me... Yeah, most of the NPCs are still gone though. That's actually quite cruel. Wee! 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 Hello again.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
These meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Well, we are going against God.
They'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Brevin was now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
I mean, considering two of them are Fatui, whose end goal is probably messing with the gods, and one of them is literally the Dragon Sovereign, and the other is motherfucking Navia. Not that surprising, really. Anyway, how do you feel, Paimon?
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
I did not.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Oh boy.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
You're Mona's master, aren't you?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Is it?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
There are so many loose threads suddenly getting opened again. Anyway, who the fuck are you?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Yep, Hexen Circle. Friend's disciple, so this is one of the friends of Mona's master. The enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle. So, how about the prophecy thing?
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mage N.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
We're gonna put them in act.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Masquerade of the Guilty, of fucking course. We're gonna put up a show for Celestia. In the end game here. We're gonna put up a grand show for Celestia where everyone dies and Farina is very, very sad and then they all live happily ever after elsewhere. Tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
I mean, it's gotta be it, right?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Yeah. Yeah. This is definitely where we're going.
Good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
Doodles.
Gone.
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed. You lie in bed for some time before falling asleep.
I hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
I'm getting more diligent, Paimon.
You who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Hello! Do you know an N? How have you been the past few days?
Just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
That was Arlecchino, wasn't it?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes!
Or Charlotte. Never mind.
You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, about that.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
What's it with mysterious characters in games that don't have a proper name and just being called N, by the way? What is it about that letter that makes it so mysterious? We got an N in Death Note, we got an N in Pokemon, now we got an N here.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
I'm sorry, but at that voice line I just started for some reason picturing like a bunch of classic cartoony witches just absolutely going ham in a gym. Just absolutely pumping iron, getting swole, getting some muscle. Please just imagine the Onegai muscle opening, but just everyone is wearing a witch hat. For some reason that's on my mind now.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Yeah, that's the thing with prophecies, isn't it? They only become clear after they happened. True, her words are meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
No! The world's about to end, and we're probably about to be at the center.
Just a little down right now.
Opa, sorry.
Kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Hope you didn't hear that. I accidentally bumped against the mic.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No worries, Mona.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Oh, now that I think about it.
Kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Isn't this the first time that Mona actually is part of an Archon quest? I wonder how the dialogue may change here if you never do like any of the events or side content related to her. Because couldn't you like just skip out on her character quest and then she never knows you? Unless it might be a, you know, requirement somewhere down the line, I guess. That might be.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
It's gonna be the dramatic, here's what you're fighting for sequence, isn't it?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Paimon see?
I mean, maybe we are famous. We've quite literally saved several nations.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Is Charlotte gonna start writing fan fiction about us?
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to
Great, we got a stalker now.
the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Yep.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
How merciful of you, Paimon. Oh Come the fuck on. Welp. Guess we're jumping back into another quest again. And here I was finally hoping that we'd have... Oh, hey. Can finish my dailies at least. And here I was hoping that we might actually be able to continue on uninterrupted, but alas. Guess we're gonna meet with Linny now. Hi, Linny. Thanks for interrupting us again. You bastard.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I really should try to finish active quests next time before I try to focus on the Archon quest.
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us.
Right,
so
right.
We need a contingency plan.
We were just suspecting an old woman of secrets. So we have an old woman keeping secrets. We have a very old woman, I suppose, is Serena holding secrets. Is there anybody else who's honest with us?
Today we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
That sounds like a fun time. Oh, come on. I am so sorry about this once again. Guess we're getting snippets of Linny as a free bonus.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Aw, no autographs for us.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Linny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you.
Well, I found the guilty one.
The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me.
He's definitely involved with the Weasel somehow.
My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's
That line was
pride,
very ominous.
then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Also the fact that he conveniently became a even greater magician after his master disappeared. Little sus in it.
This is getting awkward.
Oh, trust me, Paimon, it's not much more awkward than Linny suddenly interrupting the Archon quest for the second time.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn to kick back and relax once in a while.
I love that pause. Live fast, die. Just perish.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him.
And why do you still know him? Why do you willingly spend time with him if he's such a cunt?
And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And is still into, from what I hear.
Shut up and get out of my face.
Oh,
Not a
shit.
word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Goodbye.
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Ominous.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Here's the weasel. Calling it now.
And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely.
But can we do that another time, Linny? You're kind of interrupting the fate of the world.
That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Well, who needs the fate of the world when you can have some femboy pussy, I guess. Now where did the drunk guy go? Hello, Mr. Funny Drunk Man. Spill the tea, please. What was that about a love, about an unrequited love and all that?
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, was a bad egg.
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions or make an enemy out of him.
Well, that just turned the red flags to crimson, doesn't it?
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Well, the voice actor certainly had fun with this guy. Goodbye, Edmondo.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation.
Wait, but that's Spina de
Don't
Missoula.
say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Curious.
We're here!
Oh, and now we instantly trigger the Archon quest. And that is why, even though I considered it for a moment, I did not end the stream. Because I was afraid that the Archon quest would consider the nanosecond that the Lenny thing ended. So we're stuck together, not only because of the Twitch drops.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Sure, why the fuck not?
One slice of cake.
No!
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, hey.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
What does that even mean?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
What does that imply that Neuvillette says the traveler can eat?
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
The freaking Melusines about to be like, what the hell? Who the hell starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Oh, the
And she'd be in the right.
To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
That's one wise Melusine.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Aww.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
I'm feeling called out because I am also somebody who can be consoled easily by giving me delicious food.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Why do I feel babied by a Melusine? What the fuck? But thank you. Goodbye.
All right, be delicious.
I'm getting babied by the babies. There glance of Paimon snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Yeah, we're going to pretend flood all of Fontaine, aren't we?
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Hi, Charlotte. A Melusine from the Marvelous Phantom. Has something happened at the office? That is actually a good point.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
We have. Very flattering.
Some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Profit split?
You needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Well, things were kind of hard in
The
Poisson.
amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Hell yeah.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She hates you. No, I'm
She
kidding.
said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
The Mona impression. Cute.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Seriously?
Are we even qualified enough?
Why not?
I mean, weren't we interviewed
If you're
before?
worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Well, I hope that actually happens. It would be very cute.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
I think she's already off.
And what's that?
Never mind.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
You are a bit of a workaholic journalist.
Anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Sure. See you tomorrow then.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
This really is feeling very much like saying goodbye to everyone.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Exactly. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next 2 days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Wasula safe house at the Fleur of Sondra. Oh, I was hoping we'd get to actually see that happening. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Also full of crime and criminals.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
We can explain.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Sure.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Well, that was to be expected at some point, really.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
After all, the same thing basically also happened in Sumeru.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
What?
So, you mean she's still?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched
What?
many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Well, that is concerning either way.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
This was part of their plan, wasn't it? Yup. Yup. There's that smug Paimon smile. You shall call him quickly.
Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillat was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
See, becoming a detective send you some good looks like those detective novels had an effect on you. Maybe it's the goggles. It's the strange glasses that have changed Paimon. Paimon is now Smartmon. Wee. You've just been teleporting from left to right constantly.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
It's rare for the game to actually change an area this much over a quest. Oh hey, there she is. Oh no.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Jump her! No, I'm kidding. Oh no.
Just give up. This is all meaningless.
But now I feel bad.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Mask comes right back on, doesn't it?
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
Farina,
I'm still
please.
trying to process it.
Even Fischl isn't as bad as you.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
What the fuck? Don't you touch...
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their
this feels bad.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Off we go, I guess. Wee. Okay, never mind. Already over.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Oh.
Lead the way.
The trap closes. Right? At least I think that's what's gonna happen now.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Oh, I actually sound nervous for
I
once.
mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice a bit.
You're right.
Instantly to a whisper. Oh, Farina. Oh, Farina, sweetie.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Paimon, what the fuck?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Well, another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Yeah, we're now playing Farina.
It can't be.
This feels cruel,
It's
but
happening again.
well, it is cruel, but
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she starts to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You heard the heavenly principles again, fucking shit up.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
That's the spirit.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone
Aww.
until the very end.
Yeah, that's what she's been doing all this time after all.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken
Aww.
maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened here, Farina.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of this. Out of her. Sorry. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Oh, okay, no, it's not actual options. It's just 2 boxes for more text as usual. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't
True. You could even say that perhaps I'm just a character in a game, and there might even be a virtual avatar that's controlling me, and there might even be a person behind this one. How many layers are there? Okay, no.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, spit it out. Oh shit, cutscene. Yes? Oh, she can't do it. Welp. Ta-da! Oh, she looks terrified. Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
He's gonna be so pissed at us. He's gonna be so mad, and understandably so. We quite literally just almost got it to open up, and now this. This is gonna hurt.
As your refusal to stand trial. In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh my fucking god.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Cluint, you're fucking ice cold. Holy shit.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Yeah, cause she can't fight shit.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear,
Farina, you're so full of shit sometimes.
of surrender.
Oh, man.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
This might just be the most honest words she has told her people in probably hundreds of years.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
It's interesting that she called herself Farina and not Focalor.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin! Woohoo!
Nuvilet is so done with her antics again.
Why does it feel like Farina just the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Yeah, but she's good at putting up a show.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Hi.
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Hi. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Oh, she is so pissed off.
We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Oh, she looks so scared again.
Resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
What did
That's right.
Fremine do?
That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help,
Oh,
I
you
could
smug
never have pulled off
bastard.
such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that one.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
And Fremine was also there.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Nope.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. You hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
She's trembling. I doubt that this is just idle animation. She's actually trembling.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Oh.
Wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Hey, Charlotte!
Oh, let me see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
I love that we just wave at her a little like, "Hi, Mom! I'm in court!"
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Well, that's...
Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
It's the convenient game mechanic.
Alright?
You defeated the
Oh,
Hydro
Jesus.
Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Became Lenny's attorney. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Lenny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. That they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House of Harf were revealed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
The truth behind the serial disappearances of young women case. It turns out that Fontanians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Rocher kidnapped and dissolved many young girls from his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife who had been dissolved.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Though Neuvillette believed Child to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end, and even Furina didn't know why. This is actually gonna be handy before the final showdown.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own and believes that it is possible that not only is Furina not the real Archon, but she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The entrance to the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the Fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
You saw Child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Aww. While exploring the ruins near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navio fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Anne communicated with you by connecting your consciousnesses. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but you needn't give up all hope.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh hey, there's actually the court record here then. Trial is now in session.
Come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Holy shit, actually Evo voice lines.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Several at this point.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Yeah, but you weren't even the Archon when they were born.
Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
No can do, sadly.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
People only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief. Just how the people in Inazuma never knew that there were, well, a shift in Archons.
If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Alternate. Neuvillette, there are plenty. Got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Oratrice. This one just says not the Archon. Tea time with N. I would probably say because of the Oratrice. Or not. Oh, white curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
It's not gonna be the curse of immortality that Conway has, is it?
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim. What the fuck does that word even mean? Conformity to facts or accuracy. Officials express doubts concerning the veracity of the story. I have never heard that word before. Huh. We learned something today.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Wait, that's also very interesting though, that for Neuvillette, curses and Archons feel the same. So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Well, but considering you don't even yourself understand how the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal works, that's not exactly convincing either now, is it? Wait, one trial proved the office. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Bing! Get wrecked, Furina!
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Shit, Neuvillette is pissed.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
You neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Aren't gods supposed to be omnipotent? I can't speak. Omnipotent. There we go. So we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
I don't know. Make water?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
I mean, funnily enough, that has been a theory for a while, but somehow I doubt that one now, but it is funny that it comes up like this again.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh shit.
It's Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
She's cracking.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Oh no.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Neuvillette, maybe?
You have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
In the Oratries. The real Hydro Archon is in the Oratries. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. If she's only human... she would dissolve. Oh, that is...
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Oh, that is fucked.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends.
Honestly, I still kind of had hope that, like, the whole primordial seawater thing would end up being, like, one giant oceanid thing. And we would eventually find a way to recover everyone. But with the way Farina reacted, I don't see anything like that ever happening.
So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
Oh, this is fucked as an ultimatum.
I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
That was fast. He must have sprinted down those stairs. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
Oh god.
It does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh shit.
Hey!
She actually... Hold on.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Huh. that does change things. Oh, why was she Was she not sure herself?
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater
Never mind.
concentration.
Oh, I'm getting nervous. Oh yeah, you should be. It's starting to get messed up.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
Oh, it was diluted. But holy shit, that means Farina was about to fucking... I don't even want to say that.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
I don't even know if that what was it just desperation from her end, or what was she actually, and like she didn't know if she would dissolve, or did she suspect that we wouldn't? Because I don't like the usual, well, the obvious option here.
I can't believe you.
But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
I know this is extremely tense and emotional right now, but can we just take a quick moment to appreciate the fucking genius work that the voice actress of Farina has pulled off here? Like, there is so much emotion in the voice here. Amber Lee Connors, you fucking killed it at this performance. I would tip my halo to you if I had any sort of trigger for that, but I'm physically unable and I'm not aware of hats either. But fucking hell, the desperation you can hear in her voice. Oh, this is actually killing me.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh, man.
I
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Honestly, that is the probably the best quest so far in Genshin in terms of the raw fucking emotion at display. Holy shit.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh no.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
She's slipping.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Holy shit.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Not do. Now isn't the time to jam to the Wayne Villette says Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Now's the time for tears, goddamn. Or to pull in Honkai Starware. I don't know why that animation reminds me so much of the pull animation in Starware.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is
innocent.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh shit.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty.
What? What?
To be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
That can't be right, because it also says the Hydro Archon guilty, but she's being accused of not being the Hydro Archon. So if she's not the Hydro Archon, then she would be... If the Oratrice names her the Hydro Archon, that would make her innocent, which would make her guilty. So this sentence doesn't make any fucking sense! What the shit, game? This is literally a paradox. There's literally a fucking paradox now.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Fuck no.
Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance.
Yeah, exactly. What's more strange is instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me.
Fremine!
If I may interrupt.
Fremine to the rescue! Finally! He does something! Fremine! Mad lad.
Trial's still going? Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatui, Femine brings a stone slate onto the stage.
First prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Femine, take back everything negative I ever said about you. I love you.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Can also somebody please go and pat Farina on the head? She's just sitting on her throne crying. The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh my god. Don't tell me the fucking everyone is dead theory is true.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios to the stone slates' contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu's interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Also, what does this mean, for I don't know, if a child between a Mondstatter and a Fontainian is born, does the child turn out to be a half Oceanid? What?
Stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Huh. If the Oceanid theory is actually correct. Yeah, this already adds up. Hold on. Yeah. Can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater.
And they turn
First
into
Stone Slate
oceanids.
tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Bloop. Shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought down judgment upon them.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
This is just gonna be Navia sinking. Navia fell into the primordial seawater.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Although which one fits here? This one is a little bit more cryptic. Nah.
The prophecy
Apparently
of
that
the stone
fits.
slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Oh, damn! I wanted the voice line to stay there. I accidentally skipped it. Fuck's sake.
Sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Which would also make the original sin probably creating life.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Which would also make sense why the current Oceanids don't support Farina anymore. Because the current Oceanids are basically like a whole separate... The old... Because the Oceanids that did support her were turned into, well, the people of Fontaine.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropete was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Like we haven't been doing that already the entire time here. The first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Does that change anything for them though? I mean, we also have like the yokai in Inazuma and they're just vibing.
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Although doesn't that mean that basically every person in Fontaine is a hive mind?
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was a creation of the Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
How they say Oceanid bothers me to no end. Same, honestly. Same.
Did Paimon get all that right?
But hey, it could be worse. We could always be in Liyue and get like 20 different pronunciations for the country from the same NPC,
Made
nonetheless.
some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Oh, we're about to get a cutscene, aren't we?
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Also, can still somebody please go up and give, like, Farina a hug? Like, come on, sure.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Great. And now he's about to drop an absolute bombshell on us, isn't he?
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Aww.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Wait, it also means that that also was like the whole plot of the event before 4.0 dropped, huh?
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
No hugs, only judgment. Don't say that. That's me.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Bully the Farina. I'm about to bully you. You're about to get timeouted if you bully Farina again. Don't touch the baby. It's right in the... Stay away from my baby. It's right in the fucking stream title. Read the fucking rules. Mods, ban this man. Meep, are you still lurking? Ban him. Okay, no. I'm sorry.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, The Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanians before we turned into human beings?
Well, your ancestors were, at least. I'm pretty sure that at this point you're essentially human. At least in how you...
That's way too much information for me.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Yeah, basically.
That's the truth. We can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So what is the third slate
The
then?
key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is
The trial.
that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Well, this bubbles up something about up.
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We have only brought it closer.
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Well, we done goofed.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Have you looked at her?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The whale? Gotta be.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Round 2, apparently. The secret the Fortress of Meripede has been protecting is the entrance to the primordial sea. Though Neuvillette has sealed it once more, just how long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. That doesn't really fit for anything, though. Well, guess the only answer is big as whale.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial.
Wait. But wouldn't that mean that the whale is the Hydro Archon? Or am I... No,
the original
no.
sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, well, at least... Oh, no, never mind. Or rather... No, it's there to judge... Or there to execute Farina, I guess? Well, we're about to find out, I guess. We fucked around too much and now we're about to find out. Jesus Christ! Hello, big boy! Holy shit! Child to the rescue! There's even the fucking Harbinger theme. Holy shit! He could use a hand. I think. Probably.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yep. But why did it just suddenly burst in like, Yuang?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
I don't!
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
So it's gonna try to eat
precisely
Fontanians.
That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Well, it did leave the door open.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Also, still Farina.
That battle made
He's still sitting there.
We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Next Star Whale plotline. I mean, it feels like it at this point.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Unless it happens away from the gaze of the gods in the abyss.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. We made a choice, go fight against your fate! Okay, this really is turning into Star Whale. But Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Justice prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Farina is already crying on her throne. What more does Celestia want from us? Forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in that giant magic box? Oh, it's a cute art though. What is her real secret? Oh god.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
It better not be.
No, I still need answers.
What the fuck?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, Farina about sums it up.
Farina, who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Why did Farina suddenly turn into a mommy? I'm concerned.
It's all because of that
I'm
pernicious
confused.
prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
So Farina really is just a short of Focalor, isn't she?
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
The music is giving me chills.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
What? What the fuck? Excuse me? I was about to get all emotional, like, oh, Focalor is basically her mom. And I'm just... What?
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
What the shit, Focalor?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Oh, that's fucked.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contains the being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that oceanid at the Fontaine of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. It's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Hey there, Farina. How are you doing, little one?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, no, Farina. Hello.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Oh, what was that? I don't see an audience, Farina. You don't.
Oh, do not
Just let the stage lights go off, please, if only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The
That way I
eyes
can
of
become
countless
myself again.
Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have had that even in her inner self and subconscious world, she would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Turn off the spotlights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Oh.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
And yes, I do notice the ominous fucking enemy names. And yes, it is so hard to play the game with tears in your eyes. Thanks for asking. Oh, fucking hell. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? Where did that get out? That end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1, before a mirror. Farina. Oh, I don't even know what to say anymore at this point. I feel like it's... yeah.
Farina. Farina.
Hey, Mom.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
That is the understatement of the motherfucking century.
Oh,
You're mean,
so
Folklore.
there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
I just noticed that she has a short hair look here now.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
This is literally her being born.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
That's why she was so desperate.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Been to a session speech, Farina. Speech, Farina. Did she grow her hair out to look more like the ideal she saw in the mirror? To come closer to that, to imitating the divinity she wanted.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Encourage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
You're earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Oh, that's why she ended up becoming so over the top.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
It begins.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Oh. She became everything everyone always wanted her to be, but never who she wanted to be. Summon courage, resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Appear earnest or turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
And the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Scene 3. Opera House. Arena. Always by herself.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me.
Stage lights are back.
Thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
I just had a sudden realization that earlier, way earlier, when Farina was crying in Poisson, she basically said, "What was it all for?" And that sentence is in a whole new light now. And became about, 20 times as painful suddenly. So I just wanted to share my pain with you.
Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House. Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Same procedures every day.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House. Farina. Scene 182,000.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Huh? Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
180,000 Farina and
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
hold on. Fucking knew it. 108. I just pulled out a quick calculator. 182,000 divided by 365 is about 500. They actually did the math. 500 years.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I found out what you wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Huh. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I?
Then we betrayed her.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina,
You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
I'm sorry about this, but I'm gonna need to take a quick break to collect myself. I will be back in a minute, okay? I'll be right back. There we go. Sorry about that. This quest is getting a little too real for my taste.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Farina is the most powerful god in Genshin.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you. hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Personally, I would phrase it as X-fucking-cuse me, but yes, same Neuvillette.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratries take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratries. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratries. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established
Holy
by
shit.
Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
They are going to target not the person, but the seed in Celestia. Holy shit. This is some Genshin endgame level shit now.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Are we gonna fire a giant fucking laser at Celestia?
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Please don't start crying, Neuvillette, otherwise I'm going to fucking break.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
And but wait, if Focalor sacrificed herself, that also will end Farina, won't it?
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors.
She made the human play God and turned the dragon into a human.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Okay, managed to hold it in just a bit longer.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Paimon, just a moment was an hour ago.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Sure.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Yes, sir. Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry I'm so silent all the time. I just know if I say anything I'm gonna start crying.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power. Considering the size,
Jesus
I
fucking
cannot
Christ.
source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
That is one angry whale that doesn't seem like it can't properly be targeted.
Settle down.
There we go, now we're dealing some damage.
The tides beckon.
And how fitting that we have Neuvillette in our team for this.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Change will present itself.
This is one angry fucking whale. What the fuck? Why is there suddenly something from... This guy looks straight out of the fucking Legion from Star Whale. What is happening now?
Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress the root from within.
I don't even know anymore.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
And the music is popping off. Holy shit. Right then. Let's kill the bastard. Well, child is dead. Can you give that back? We need that.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
So who the fuck are you? I know you're this is Skirk, but what? Disciple? Sure, child. Your master's pet?
Who are you exactly?
What are you?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
So what sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
I guess we're now in the Honkai-verse.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
That's my only guess I have left at this point.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
Kinda.
The point being?
What are you?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Also, why are your legs stars?
Right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Are you one of the shadows?
His name is Sertologi.
Never fucking mind. Whom's the fuck is this? Are there any people who... Hold on. Just in case... Okay, no. It doesn't look like... I was starting to suspect that this might actually be like a character from Honkai or something like that, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So great, we have a more powerful name, just because the power scaling of Genshin wasn't already all over the place.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Nope.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Oh.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Wait, if this is... If her master's someone on the level of the Hexen Circle, then... How fucking powerful is the Hexen
I suppose you
Circle?
understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Wait. A little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Burp.
Help! Over here!
We just went full Noah on this bit, huh? It's Wisely's fucking big ass ship.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
It's time to play the claw game with the people of Fontaine.
Hey, lend a hand.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
What? Why did, why did I totally hear Nabila talk about Melusines? What? What? I think there might have been like an idle animation in the background.
Renewed. The Spina Divasula task was disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Divasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Even at a time like this, Nubilat can never shut up about his beloved Melody.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated.
Oh.
It's like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Might have been Will Big Shots from the start.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Well, they do make me curious.
I'm curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
I'd still like to go and give Farina several hugs, please, first.
This time will be different.
God knows she earned them.
Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the...
No!
There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh, fuck you! I wanna go to Poisson. I wanna go to Farina. Tears among the stars, a drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast who coveted the primordial sea of life. A philosopher in a faraway ancient world once posited that where there is life, there is death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, then the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers into nothingness at the end of time. The rules among the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never been conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in the span of billions of years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest accomplishments in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and ultimately fade into oblivion. Thus there are things floating in among the stars once adorned with countless prestigious titles from innumerable civilizations, shedding tears for their ordained demise. Their tears stream down out of desperation, out of hope, because all desperation and hope alike will be utterly extinguished along with the innumerable stars. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, out of joy, because both will eventually scatter into the cold, dark, endless void. Every tiny yet beautiful silhouette and every moment worth remembering will fade with time. Even stars. And then there are these so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving, and devour everything that should be devoured. Until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale. There will be no more sins, no more sadness, and no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Happy to hear it, Neuvillette. Speaking of, hold on. Yep, it now says Ancient Dragons Authority here. What does it say for Farina? Still question mark. Imagine if now the freaking location was locked again and we couldn't wrap up the quest. Oh. I swear to God, if we don't get to hug Farina by the end of it, there better be a whole cutscene dedicated to everyone collectively cuddling the living fuck out of Farina. Otherwise, I'll be very upset.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte.
I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
And the game is still trying to make me like the Fatui now.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
It's Miss Farina now, no longer lady.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Please.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
I like the fact that Paimon was still sparkling even on the photograph. They didn't take a picture, they just froze the models for a second. But they forgot that they might have to turn off Paimon's constant sparkle effects for a moment then.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson to the clicking of the
All
shutters.
right, that should do it.
More I couldn't
I'll be
read.
back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Wait, she did already get it?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
And a very sensible one.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Yum.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Ridesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
Of course he would. The tea-obsessed bastard.
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow. It's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
Aww.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin.
Aww.
Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Oh! Well, aren't they just adorable? Also, I suppose in a sense, the Futui basically got their wish in this time. They didn't obtain the vision, but like they fucked over the heavenly principles, and the seed of Celestia was, I guess, destroyed. So you know, they're probably very, very happy with the situation. Either that or they're absolutely furious. One of the two. And I'm unsure which one it is. Anyway. There it is. I was wondering where the trigger would be.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Hey!
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
I'm sorry, but whenever Paimon says Duke, it sounds like she's just like, dude, you made it! Hey! Imagine Paimon doing finger guns.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Her little wave.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey!
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
It's them.
Miss Charlotte.
Yes, they absolutely do. They 100% have to be.
That Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
They say they're saving that for the wedding photos.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
Oh, damn.
The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Yeah, as I said, man pulled a straight up Noah.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
They really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all their worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
This couple of researchers. Okay,
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then 2 solo photos will do.
God, I love them. I love them so much.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here.
Oh, I love them.
We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Also, your boyfriend is God now.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
Day in the sun, get it, because they're constantly underground. Okay, sorry.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You walk with Wisely for a while and share news from above ground with
I
him.
see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed,
Departure?
we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hold on a minute.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation.
Departure?
Come on, traveler, let's go.
Wait a minute! Hold on!
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right.
So Tomate.
The docks.
Wait a minute. Is she gonna like take a trip to go see the world, or what do you mean by departure? I'm worried now. Also, could we have another chat with Neuvillette too, maybe? Oh, hey, Lenny. Lenny, Lynette, Femine. The whole Fatui gang is here. Oh! Are they heading back to Snezhnaya?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets.
Never mind.
Since.
Traveler, Paimon.
I'm just high on copium. I do not want Farina to leave. Farina deserves to be, like, celebrated even more than before by their people.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop looking at me!
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Are they being shipped now, what?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
Lynette trying to wingman Femine.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Well, apparently Lynette is one hell of a wingwoman.
Working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Oh, wasn't that cute?
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Good point.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Well, I've been streaming for 6 hours now, so admittedly I'm pretty fucking tired. I'm gonna push this through until I have hugged Farina.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Murder.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
So much for my theory. But also after Lady... There's a lot to unpack in the sentence. First, Lenny still calls her Lady. Everyone else has been calling her Miss. Secondly, she left! Where is she? Give her back! Thirdly, Neuvillette obviously rules Fontaine. And for the Gnosis Elixirs, and now the Fatui have it. Great.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Yeah, because the Gnosis doesn't really have any power anymore, then, right?
Some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies. Is he ever gonna come back to us for his vision?
We've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Feels weird, doesn't it?
Shocked by such a simple
Ah!
switching of sides?
Not the Valentino jump scare again. God damn it, stay away from me.
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
What a humble brag.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Can we see it once? We kind of want to know what chess piece it is.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your
That
position?
depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Oh yeah, please help give Child his vision back.
Alright. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
You're welcome. I guess that solves that question I had.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Charlotte got another one.
Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite
so starstruck.
I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Bye.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
You're welcome. Now where's Farina?
Too nervous? Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
Is the Farina inside it? Because if not, I'm not interested currently. Please, for fuck's sake, let me argue.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Sure. Neuvillette is close to Farina, like close enough for now. But pretty please, game, you can't do this to me. I do also wonder. He definitely will have some voice lines and stuff about it. I'll probably check them out later. In my private time. Also, I think I took a one turn, didn't I? However, I should have climbed up there. I'm stupid. My apologies. But in my defense, I have been streaming for 6 hours. And it is getting very late. But yeah, let's still wrap up everything here. And after that I'll probably call it night. Hello, Neuvillette.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Sure.
Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Faucelaus deceived the heavenly principles and used Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Faucelaur destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Oh.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
So he turned the Fontainians into real humans.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Faucelaur must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at this moment that Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Faucelaur finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Although I do wonder, what about people that were dissolved already? If he has absolute control of it, should he be able to, like, grab a massive primordial water and scoop out the parts that were silver and bring him back? Please?
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Oh, plenty.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So why the fuck was Child guilty?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans.
Also, if the Oratrice was permanently controlled by Focalor, it also means that Focalor and Neuvillette always agreed on everything, which is actually a cute touch.
Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon
Huh.
sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
That is actually very interesting. That is a very cool touch that they thought about that.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So about Fontaine.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Farina's finally getting a break. God knows she needed it.
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce...
Oh, that's a good point. They got an energy crisis at their hands.
From the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
Faith in the Hydro Dragon.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Or that.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So why the fuck did you just give the Gnosis away?
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Fair.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Yo, so we imprisoned your diplomat. You want to be God?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Well, soon is relative. Give us another
I'm afraid
year.
that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
That's interesting.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
So is Natlan basically an eternal battle royale?
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask
Thank
away.
you.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Well, that's all.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
And we're not gonna ask about our system. Yeah, fair. He probably doesn't know anything. That was before their time.
Earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after
Oh.
sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Yes. Give me the lore. At least this time Nivelette doesn't start mumbling about Melazines.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalette?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The what?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Excuse me, what?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Well, that changes a lot of things. Are all the gnosis the corpses of descendants?
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Or are the gnosis different pieces of the same descender?
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Oh, yeah, that about sums it up.
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
Skirk's also gonna be a descender, right?
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
Oh, you cock-tease game, come
If you're
on.
interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time?
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Huh. Neat. So we'll have to meet Child soon. Although that also means the Fatui are going to have that information.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to
It
you.
certainly changes things, thanks.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Descender. You mentioned one of them. Well, I am the fourth descender, hello. One that Gnosis are related to descendants, and two that the one who came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
So we are basically a mini Gnosis?
I wonder. Does your body also possess
It does.
similar properties?
We can have all elements.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision.
Yep.
That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
We are a walking Gnosis. This strange is about fucking everything. Sure.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels
No, by all means, we should keep thinking about this stuff. Genshin Theory world is about to go absolutely ham.
the traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
Okay, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Masquerade of the Guilty completed. Oh, fucking hell. What a fucking Archon quest. Jesus fucking Christ. I still want a chance to hug Farina, please. Luckily, I suppose we will have our chance in time. Oh, yeah, I will have to stream that one. I just have to. I'm legally obligated to. However, let's save that one for another time. Because I need to get some freaking sleep. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. This, I think, my longest stream by a long shot now. And I spent about solid 4 hours of it close to tears, so you know that was also fun. I hope you had fun anyway, despite me mostly just sitting here quietly sobbing. But hey, if that isn't some sort of testament to the quality of this Archon quest, I don't know what will be. Holy fucking hell. But yeah. Until then, I am going to leave it here for a while. Definitely going to stream Farina's quest. But give me a couple of days to, you know, wrap up the other quest because I don't want any interruptions happening again. Isn't that right, Lenny? But once that is set, we are gonna get to Farina and give her the goddamn hugs she deserves. If it's the last fucking thing I do. But until then, hold on, one more thing before I... Is there anyone? No, of course nobody is online. Well, so much for the wait. I'll just have to leave you guys
many flavors to the discerning palate.
to the void
Mondstadt's
while
water is
Nuvilet starts
crisp
rambling
and
about
pure,
water, please.
While water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
He's not gonna
In
stop, is he?
Inazuma, the water.
There we go. That's the way to shut him up. Just become a small child. But yeah. My name was Michael, and I hope I will see you next time when we take care of Farina. Until then, bye bye! Bye bye! Bye!